This storyline. I've committed now. I'm gonna finish it, but I'm not as keen on Spirit of Justice the way it's played out. Especially this final case. And a lot hinged on this final case for the Crane storyline with the build-up of the previous cases. So while I quite enjoyed some of the previous cases and that, I'll take them separately. This final case feels like it's mucked up some of the build-up towards that. So I guess I'll go into the game and we shall see what awaits us. It's unfortunate, because a lot of the time, even as the writing in like Dual Destinies, I didn't feel like it was as tight. There was still a lot to have fun with in there. And like what they've done with some of the characters, though some of the new characters have done quite well, but some of the returning characters, definitely not. So, I think this is the game which had the Athena case where she was nerfed as well. Yeah, no, I think this game is pretty horrendous for that kind of thing. But even amongst not enjoying the writing of that, I wouldn't want them to remake it and rewrite it. I feel like it's better, like they've already released it as part of this remaster trilogy, to let it go and move on. Do a bit better in the future part of it with a new game rather than try and change it. And it's not launching in full screen. Why is it not launching in full screen? Oh, this is the first time I played it on my laptop. Right. Alt Enter works. I'll just check the settings for the... It's in borderless, okay. I don't need vertical sync on. Okay. Is that really the only graphic settings? Yeah, there isn't much to it. Potato should be able to work. And yes, all the saves are there. That's fine. I thought it would be. I didn't double check this beforehand, because I was fairly confident. So, Turnabout Revolution with the Divination Seance is where I've got it saved. That's right. We were at to be continued with going into the court lobby. Talk about some really close shaves! Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. Ha! Product placement. The trial's not even over yet. I'm already exhausted. Phoenix, you're supposed to be the mentor. You don't tell people that. Still, you were able to fight back the Queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Face help, I won't have to keep playing playing a game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. That's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head! Hornhead! Oh, hello, your benevolence. Princess Rafa, you're really impressive in there. Yeah.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
I find it odd what they decide to voice and what they don't as well. Considering I played the previous games and a lot of moments like that, even in Dual Destinies, were not voiced. Anyway. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Anyway, there's twists to go. Oh, don't mention it. Oh no, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough, thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lawyers, where's the accused? Huh, Dirk? That's a good question. Oh, Dats, what have you done now? I blew it big time, AJ! Dats? Shut up, you! What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused! What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. Is this so Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. Well, what? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. Well, that's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place. Daz, do you realise what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why did he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. I mean, if he can escape, then what's the point of the court case? What's the point of the trial? He can just go live in a different country. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Oh, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Daz. Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. High Court of Kurain. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Yes, let us do so. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. Anyway, and this is where we might have to present the badge or something to prove his character. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Look, you've been after this guy for how many years, and you couldn't catch him? What makes you think you will now? Yes, but what about the law governing corpse rituals? Then I shall simply revise it. She doesn't even use a writing implement. As ruling sovereign of Kurain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Okay, but that also assumes that them being an enemy of the crown isn't just up to the whim of the it's just the whim of the queen, I guess. Hey Zishas. I'm just like, they first need to be proved an enemy of the crown in a trial to then be tried in absentia, and they have not. As far as I know, he escaped, so they could not try him for the death of Queen Amara, especially because Queen Amara is still alive. Now that would have to be retried. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Yeah, at least we got Maya here. We can spirit channel our dad. When that point in the trial comes up. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. They've already talked about Amara being alive at this point. Unless they want you to think that she's still alive, but she's actually dead. But she was still alive when Dirk the second time around tried to save her. That's my guess, is Naina is Amara. Which she could be dead now, but it's hard to know, because we need to work out what exactly happened with Naina. That's easy, we just get Maya to spirit channel Amara. We have a face, what her face looks like, don't we? And we have a name. Yeah. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are... Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, you say you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Hey, they remixed her theme. I want it that way. Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Yeah. No, I was realising that too, because our first time meeting Maya would have been in Queen Amara's tomb. And then she fainted immediately, so they've never actually officially met. Which I feel like there was a lot more they could do there. Like having some of those downtime moments with more characters meeting. Because I am still so annoyed that it doesn't seem like Apollo has ever met Thalassa. I outright seem to give that impression in the dialogue. Am I under arrest again? Yeah, that's overdone now. Okay, huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Like, why didn't you tell her, Phoenix? Come on, prep her for the court case. Oh my god. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. On the walk over to... come over to court. She was asleep, was she, Phoenix? And you could have walked with her, explained things on the way. Think, Phoenix, think! Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk's money, and you're here as a witness. What? Did Dirk's been arrested? He carried her on his back. I mean, that's the only reason why. It's like, oh, she had to be sleeping, and he literally just woke her up, and then the bailiff said the trial's back on. But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? Yeah, she was more surprised at being a witness. Why? I just don't get why she would not be told any of this before she walked into court. How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? So sorry, but that's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense's side. Will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. How about do it now? Ask him to, like... And if our words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. Apollo. Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. Then I guess I better dig a bit and try to get it open up to me first. Yeah, always suppress it and then find the evidence. So, I had to remember the details a bit from last week. He had the condition where he couldn't make out faces. I'm thinking that was around 2 PM. This could have been before, and Garang could have spirit channeled Minister Inga. That is another possibility.
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Yeah, I mean, what about food? Like, were they actually feeding her? Or was it just captured and the whole time she was starving and she should eat now? Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plumed Punisher. Oh, no wonder she's exhausted. Anything happens and burgers don't have the nutrients that she needs to be able to have a healthy diet. Of course. Acting like a brat, netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. A few burgers over how long? So if we assume this is from when the Paul Attish stuff started, this is at the least 3 days of captivity. I guess that'll be enough. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? Oh yeah, obviously when she wasn't in captivity, she was eating some other stuff. But if all she got were a few burgers, like this is all we have to go off of, right? All she had to eat were a few burgers from someplace. It seems like at one point in time rather than spread across the time she was captured. That would definitely affect her physical health. He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing his execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. Uh-huh. Only the second. Was it only the Master Mask one where she was captured last, I think? And Phoenix had his whole Hobo Phoenix arc in Apollo Justice, which he already should have done something a lot more to try and save Maya. And to be fair, especially in this case, she was kidnapped because of him. Seems like more of the reason rather than for her spirit channeling for the founder, but it could have been a bit of both. Oh, DeKiller, Shelly DeKiller. Oh, I mixed up the names. Yeah, Shelly DeKiller. Yeah, it's easy to mix up the games. It's been like, how long since I streamed the first trilogy, and that's the only time I've played them before. DeKiller, right, yeah. Thanks. Stress relief. Okay. Well, the wife like her is probably really pushing him through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad because of all things that happened.
Hold it!
Okay, how do you know? Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. I don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yeah. And she's the subject of a lot of being accused and kidnapping. Yeah. But to be fair, in this game, it seems like they've done it more for the meme of, oh, Maya's back now, she gets in trouble, rather than it feeling like as much for me like, oh, that's kind of what would have happened. Because I feel like they could have done the whole thing without her getting kidnapped. We'll see. And her accused the last time, especially, it felt like that too, because it's like, oh, we can't have the teaming up with Phoenix. Anyway. It worked out okay, but this is the case that's being more of an issue with the writing for me. Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nene in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. And it's true. You gotta ask the question, I guess. But you think out loud a bit sometimes, Apollo.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Apollo's clueless. Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up. Literally. Would that stop you from spirit channeling? No. Alright. We haven't seen any reason why hand movements and being in a particular position spirit channels. Because there's been the instances of Mia Fey being spirit channeled just randomly in whatever position that Pearly and Maya are in. Yeah, he is clueless because he's never seen it. I'll give him that. Phoenix just hasn't explained any of it to him, I guess. Which is like, come on. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Okay, so there is a hand thing? But they didn't make the hand movement that we saw when Mia Fey was being channeled in the original trilogy. In the first 3 games. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session... Yeah, I remember that. It's memorable. They can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Fey. Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Fey, a spirit medium. Nice. She's got a new title. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. Phoenix. I'll show you childish, Nick. I'll say also in the previous parts in Korean where we've been with Maya, she does not seem quite as like she was. Oh yeah, that's cool. I guess it's a way to focus the spirit channel, but in some cases it's not necessary. I'm just trying to correlate it with Mia randomly appearing, like, oh, that means that every time that Mia Fey appeared channeled by Pearls or Maya, that they intentionally channeled Mia. Rather than it being a bit more of an action on Mia's part to reach out to them. Which I did take that when I was playing through it as a bit more intentional on Mia's part because she wanted to help Phoenix. And then once he was fine, she didn't have to be spirit channeled again, sort of thing.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. It doesn't contradict. It's just, I guess, a retcon on how I interpret that. Yeah, her success rate and people can be controlled. Yeah. Maybe I should replay the original ones at 1.2. Like, once you have the picture of the whole lot of information, then maybe something is a little bit more obvious when you look through the first 3 games. Obviously they're immature, they have less of a success rate. At the same time, Phoenix himself doesn't notice them doing anything in particular, but Mia in their bodies just appears next to him. I can see it not really conflicting, but it changes how I think of the characters a bit. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? I mean, we could represent ourselves and then defend, and then that could literally be like a thing where that's where I thought it was something they almost were going to go towards with the Phoenix part, and I would really hope they go a bit further in somewhere where you actually represent someone that was guilty, and then there's a bit of a clash between the morals and doing your job. Yeah, there's a heap of the details that it's been a while since I played the first 3 games, because I did that, took a break, and then I played these ones. That, I guess some of the details get lost on me because it's been a little while. Well, until finger pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used. That's not... Yeah, okay. He's not taking it seriously. Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. Yeah, that's it. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder. Yeah, alright, what are the things you go quietly along with? It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into someone's private affairs, or a person's private affairs. Ah, so sorry, I didn't realise, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're going to get out of her. Yeah. Enough! The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? No, but I do have evidence of Garan channeling at the right time frame. Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. Now he says about it. I've had a thought. What if it was Amara channeling Dirk the whole time? Or in this case, Amara could have channeled Minister Inga just in time to get him inside of the tomb. And that's why Naina's hat came off and Shadow found it. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. Well, now, even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception. Trying to prove that Justice Minister Inga was channeled. Okay. We haven't figured out how the importance of this pendant yet. I'm fairly sure on a lot of these others. There's proof that he was channeled, but as such, I guess. But there's not really proof of who channeled him. So let's go, you bet there is. You bet there is. Really? Well, no. You're bluffing, I take it. Phoenix. I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha, good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inga? Okay, I'll save it. Here's a separate one. Because I don't want to have to go through all the dialogue again if we completely fail. So I'm thinking... I was thinking the button was discovered in the incense burners. And that's something that Inga himself would have missed. Let's try that.
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? Ayy, there we go. We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognise it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognise this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. Especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burnt them once you no longer needed them. Little bit of a stretch here, because why was one of the incense burners... wouldn't they burn incense at the same time? So unless she spread the ashes, or whoever's channeled and spread the ashes between the two containers, one will be more full than the other, as a little bit of an indication that this occurred. That could have been a neat detail if they'd mentioned it. Anyway. What? Uh-oh, she seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Kakul Kurain, right? That is correct, in part. But there's more. Much more. Okay. Inga Kakul Hawkhold Disnam. What the heck? Inga Kakul Hawkhold Disnam Biani Loga Omo Pompous Danidadi is Kurain the Third? What is that name? What is that? Inga Kakul Hawkod Disnam Biani Lorga Ormo Pompous done it already is Kurain. The third. He does. He's pompous and he's done it now. Already? Because is a Kurain. It's like, what are they trying to do with that name? That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and the true name of the one she seeks to channel. So, here's a theory, right? What if you change your legal name? Does the medium need to know both the previous name you were under and the new name? For example, like getting married. Theoretically, his last name would have changed because he married the Queen. So would his true name need to include knowledge of both names, or the most current name? One given by your parents? Okay. You really believe the parents named him that? It's obviously not the point of this, but it's a question. So then Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time! Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like, thanks to that last trial? I can't believe this. Apollo. Yeah, nice face, Apollo. He looks so much like a monkey. I really don't think Moa's lying. Oh no. We have another suspect of channeling. Like, who was this dude? However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking... Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga... Royalty from another kingdom... That's possible. I was thinking that that could just be his name. No. They put Log in there because they somehow knew he'd be in law. Is it possible that someone else did? That's the thing though. We only have a picture of a meeting. We don't have the picture of her actually who she channeled. We don't know who this is. Whether they could be connected with the plot, or they were just a visiting dignitary like Rafa said. I'm not assuming anything. Yeah. The location's probably also wrong for Inga, because this was in the palace, not in Inga's house. But this will be used as proof to show you that, oh, someone else could have channeled Minister Inga. Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let's move on, shall we? I don't care what Garan says, I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then... it must be Pearly. Or Rafa herself, but it can't be Rafa because she saw... that. Or, this is Nayuta. Nayuta is the son of Amara. Nayuta could potentially spirit channel. Hey, the option's there. Well, I'm just going off of who we know can spirit channel. Or possibly spirit channel now. Apollo, forget who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right, we know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, there could be a new precedent set in the Kingdom of Kurain. I'm not going to discount the possibility before we follow the line of thinking properly. It was Ema! She can spirit channel all along! No, it's probably Naina. Whoever Naina actually is. And my thought process is we don't have a profile on Amara, so Naina's Amara. Well, I'm waiting, Defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person, and they are in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the Defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horned Devil! Who could have channeled Minister Inga? I'm probably gonna go Naina. It would be funny if there were some extra dialogue things if you pick some others, but they all just probably give you the same fail dialogue, because like, no, you're just right there. That would be funny. Oh, and it costs all of these too. Alright, let's go Naina, because that's the only possible one I can think of. And I'm going to say she's Amara, and she's been allowed to look after her daughter, Rafa, because Garan says that she's Rafa's mother, but she isn't, biologically. Naina? Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right, Naina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Naina. And then there's her benevolence statement. She said that Naina disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting? It's the only thing that makes sense. Naina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Ah! No way! That's gotta be it. Naina must have somehow channeled the minister. I know you're just so silent here when we're used to him being so vocal as a prosecutor otherwise. Probably because Garan's there. All the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Naina isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Naina to the stand. Well, Your Eminence. Very well then, let us call Naina to testify. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witnesses summon. There is no need, Naina is in the waiting lobby. What? Naina's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. In the bloomin' coffin. In the sarcophagus. And her concern for Rafa brought her here today. He took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. She's a... She spirit channeled Minister Inga. And there's more than meets the eye. Literally a transformer. Literally a transformer. Her headpiece is still missing. That hair!
Miss Nate, do you understand why I've been summoned here today?
Oh, that hair's ridiculous. Oh, I need a good voice for her as well, because all she did before was whisper in Rafa's ear. Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Naina. That's quite the hairdo. Alright, yeah, what age is she meant to be again? Question mark. Right. That's obviously because she'll probably be about the same age as Dirk, 45-ish. Know how the feet look? Yeah, I know. Someone clearly has a foot thing. Oh, I will say. I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favourite insult? Hasn't Naina rubbed off on her with all the time they spend together? You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? Did that just lag when she blew her finger? Silly laptop insert. For reference, Zetius, if there's any tech things, my woman desktop computer decided it didn't have an operating system on Monday. So it's in, or Sunday night. So it's in the computer place because I couldn't figure out how to fix it. What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Ha ha ha. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice.
Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters.
Alright. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was just thinking to look. Yeah, Incidental Investigations is still full price on Steam. I went in for a sale. Well, that woman started the woman trailer music. Silly Steam autoplay. Alright. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honourable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurain. It's interesting, the reference towards learning the art, where it is also a hereditary spiritual power thing. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Naina could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Naina channeled Inga's spirit. Hey, it didn't lag that time. That time it was like, okay, we could see the dust coming off of it.
Alright, the French may now question the witness.
And the spirit medium, Sunny. Alby's dog stole your hat while you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and the dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Okay, face shape here. Yeah, I can't tell just from the pictures. Other than the hair color's correct, and she shares the same mark on her forehead. We can't tell her eye color because it's gone all pupils, with the art style at least. Okay. Gotta read that. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. While I sympathise with you, Nana, you took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. That she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rafa, Nana's not just a mere servant. Do you even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister? What hogwash. You're not a mere commoner, are you? You have the purple robes on, which purple indicates royalty, because back in history, purple was an expensive colour to make, and so it showed off how they were rich and powerful to be able to get purple as a colour. That doesn't really line up. Well, I guess that lines up with Maya as well, because she is going to be the master of the village. It doesn't show me the profiles. Weird. Oh, that's because I'm in the cross-examination mode. I hear you're the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not, for that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Kurain. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. And most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. Yeah, it's hereditary too. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners could never become a medium no matter how hard they tried. That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead. No. Other wild theory. There's another child. A third child or second child if Rafa is Garan's daughter properly. There's no Yuta and then another. But I doubt that.
Hold it!
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nana? Like a distant relative or something? I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it would be impossible to learn without the right training. It is as the barbed one says. It also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the Kurain, Kingdom of Kurain, and your country's Kurain village. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? It's because it'll be too easy, Apollo.
Oh, last witness continue her testimony.
Hold it!
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes, oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Yeah, I think that's the inconsistency we might pick out. Poor Nain is yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara. A queen who Goran says has been locked away. And yeah, the queen has been locked away and her existence from this world erased. But the fact that she is still alive shackles no to Goran's will. Very interesting. The only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? I need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony. Alright.
Hold it!
Make sure we press everything. Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Miss Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. Bah! I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil! Were you not just insisting that it was my Faye who channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced when you do, would you? Naina's right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Kurain. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point that one big thing out. Yeah, but Amara's still alive. Okay. So I'm going to make sure to give it a save. Then present the picture to her.
Objection!
Yep, that's it. Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case.
Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation?
Sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Naina's testimony.
Go on.
She asserted she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Kurain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits.
I fail to see the problem in that state, defense.
Hold on, I'm getting taught, your majesty. Naina stated an absolute falsehood, since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Naina channeling Inga. Yeah, she's Amara. I've been saying that for a while now. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out streaming despite having been killed at 2 PM. And he saw his own body, yeah. That would have been crazy. That would mean that Naina channeled Inga. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? That's a good meme. Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Well, the court, please take a look at this photo. This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Kurain. Horned devil! You mustn't! Oh, she's gonna be mad. Is her eye gonna twitch? Get in the air, I twitched! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph?
The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigata Kurain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara is still alive? Has a lawyer gone mad?
While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us, as Naina, here in this very courtroom today.
But how?
Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is a cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. Not knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Aita, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as Naina. It has to be. Yeah, do I even save it? Maybe just in case. It doesn't even... Actually, that's notable. The save doesn't even say, like, cross-examination Naina.
Take that!
But that's...
This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to make the real time of his death, mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Naina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara, and the killer has been looking for... And the killer we've been looking for all along.
What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? Okay, I'm liking this part. That seemed to have a logical flow to it to me and wasn't completely left of field. Maybe because she was the only one that we could think of that was there, and I've been saying it for a while, so maybe it wasn't a surprise twist. Well, this part is pretty good.
What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell.
Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence, Queen Amara, yet lives. And is actually Miss Naina here? You have truly gone off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, as soon as someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? Ho ho! Yes, catch her in it. Yes, there we go. That's something. Yeah, I like that part. I can deny it no longer. The lie speaks the truth. Naina, the woman who stands before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Paul Kunka! Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. It's sort of a crazy twist as well. We know Dirk survived, but our father didn't. Jove or however to pronounce it, Jove Justice, died in the fire. Why? Was he the real target after all? Naina, no. Amara Sigata Krain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Oh, she's gonna power up now. They're loving these outfit changes, aren't they? Damn! Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. Damn! It isn't even her final form. No, it can't be. Hello, J-Land. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kurain. It is I, Amara Sigata Kurain, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? Ah. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. They're loving these transformation sequences in this part of the game. They did it for Garan and now they've done it for Amara. And I thought Garan's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I've been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I've caused all of you a great deal of distress. Oh. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite all right, Karan. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer.
Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
I barely escaped the blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garan. That's a picture of the Holy Mother in the center, surrounded by other people meditating around it. Interesting. So, It's a very different picture than Dirk was giving with their relationship.
But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Well, as a lowly servant, she could look after her daughter properly. She could look after Rafa, which I 100% would think is Mara's daughter. Garam, I would have you explain. I wish for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you've committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer.
What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide?
I mean, you got Garan literally rewriting the rules as you go. Clearly they're hiding something terrible.
A grand priestess of Kurainism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people.
That is why it takes someone that's not her people to see the truth. If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Okay. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god?
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting that they are specific Buddhist hand signals. I thought they give off that vibe, but I don't know the actual hand signals to know if they were accurate or something that's close but made up for Quranism. So this is basically the West coming in and trying to out Buddhism in a Buddhist country. That's kind of the extreme there. Alright, no, anyway. Queen Amara. In your news disguised as Naina, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, ho, 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 ho. What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? Was it this or something else I'm thinking of? I think it was this, where they were saying that Rafa... No, it was something else, that's alright. I was trying to think of, like, there was an ancestor... It could be this. I'm getting mixed up, aren't I? That, the daughter was said to have No, that's from Severance. I've got it now. I was thinking of Severance. But it could be the same sort of thing. Because in Severance, there's a whole thing where the father sees the founder of their own cult religious thing in the daughter, and then she becomes older and then doesn't seem, it seems like she loses that. And so as part of the severance process is the other version of her in the work life that he sees as her. And so this could be a whole thing of like regarded as a reincarnation of the Holy Mother, but then because it was that when she's earlier, she could hide behind that facade to do nasty things. Okay, yeah, I haven't looked at many Buddha statues, to be honest. I got the impression it was like Buddhism, but I don't remember the hand signals. Shingon Buddhist mandala showing all of the Buddhist incarnations in the spiritual universe. Okay, and they've modified it for this. Let's enhance, hang on. So if I change over where I'm looking, they modified this to have the Holy Mother in the center and then the people around it. So I guess that is the impression you would get is the different forms of the Holy Mother, or according to the law of the game, they would be the people the Holy Mother empowers around her, lining up with the game. Westerners, yeah. Unless the Westerners studied Buddhism, would be more of a mystery. But that's zoomed in on that plate there. Okay. We might as well see the similarity here. One like this would be closest, right? Yeah. So they changed it a bit, for sure. And they have the people facing in the direction, so sitting straight, rather than centering around the center figure of Buddha. And yeah, interesting. So you've got black Buddha, then you've got yellow Buddha, and then you've got white Buddha and brown Buddha. And all the colors of the skin. That makes sense. No, not in a substantive way. I'm just saying they changed it to fit the in-universe law, right? I closed the blooming thing. So they changed the imagery, and they changed the positioning of the way the people are around it. But it clearly is meant to be that. Because I guess this is a Saturnian version of Buddhism. And they're the enlightened ones, and an ideal Buddhist state maybe where the people that have the spiritual power and theoretically closer to enlightenment would be in charge, because they would make the better decisions because they are closer to that. You say duh, I'm just logicking this anyway. Capcom Nepal. Look, I only know there's monks in Nepal because of Johnny English, so there you go. And I guess Batman's Origins did that a bit too, like some of the Batman movies showed the League of Assassins in Nepal with Ra's al Ghul, but that's more departed from reality. I think it was Nepal or it was somewhere else, I forget now. You may be a ground figure in Koreanism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. Aha! Defeated by atheism. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Yeah, if you actually did it, you are.
But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The Lord knows not what he speaks.
Fear not, good Majesty, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a Grand Priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? No, you tell. Yeah, yes, you're most... Oh, that wasn't a voice. Oh, I haven't had to do many lines from him. What was his voice again?
Satorha. Yes, your mercifulness.
Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered?
Dirk Sadmadi,
Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Maya did it. Hey, we already went through that part of the game where we accused Maya of it, like, right at the start of this stream. Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Rafa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 in the afternoon. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. That is correct. She was in the sarcophagus the whole time. Oh, yeah. I actually tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. Yep, that's why it's a locked room mystery. And the thing is, if Dirk saw her, the other secret he was alluding to was probably this. He wouldn't have done anything because he loves Zamara, and she would have put on the front. Well, I haven't seen Rafa this stream yet, so we'll see if she reappears. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. Oh, she would be, yeah, for sure. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? Possibly. No, she wasn't. That we found, she could have been there if she was in the sarcophagus like we posited earlier. Now, do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Ah. Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. Wow. Yeah, she... Wow. What a poignant fate you bear, and bear it you must. But also, if he prosecutes his father, and he's actually guilty, then you would also be killing your foster brother, your stepbrother, which Dirk adopted alongside you when you grew up together. So it's kind of like a two people that you actually know and related to and like, compared to one. Yeah, she used a bunch of fan to make it windy against us earlier. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Well, why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
Okay. I did do a good job of each of the transformation sequences. And the animation. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. Yeah, that's right. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmadi for his crimes. This is Dirk's blood, apparently. I forgot that was analysed. Of course, that came from Garan. So that's right, I was assuming that it may not exactly be correct.
Oh, such marvellous testimony. You're truly a treasure.
Your mercifulness. Why are you simping? Come on. Yes, 'tis, but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. She's a Disney princess. And to the purity of truth. Look at the derpy face on that tiger. Like,
I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm here. Bouncy, bouncy, fun, fun, fun.
Oh. And we've got Bambi. I mean, it's bloomin' Disney princesses all speak to the animals. That could be. I wonder if that's rooted in some of the Buddhist things, that one with nature and the universe, and that how a lot of Disney princesses speak to nature as well. That could be rooted in Buddhism still, and incorporated as part of Disney princesses. That's something I hadn't thought of before.
Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth.
Praise be for Queen Amara! Blessings, blessing upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if she doesn't go her way, she'll just sick the tiger on Apollo and he'll be dead.
Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony.
Bruh. We're just not allowed to question her. At all. What is this clown called?
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous. And high-handed, if I may say so. Nita was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Surely you can steal better insults than Nayuta's best. Now then, to all of you gathered in this sacred hall, need I remind you? It can make me culturally aware, but you know where my first thoughts will go is towards that kind of connection in my brain, and then afterwards would be the other one.
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You are hiding inside the sarcophagus. Yeah, exactly. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. No, then I have to pay a subscription to make it work. That's gonna be terrible. You know they're gonna try and do that with Windows. If they 100% do that, I'm going to install an earlier version of Windows for the programs that don't work on Linux, and then my main driver, I'm going to switch to Linux. I'll have to learn that. Because I think Linux is really shaping up to be a proper competitor as well. Because it seems like, and I have to try it, because I'm not going to risk it on my laptop. But when my desktop comes back, I'm going to try dual booting Linux. So that I will see, I'll get used to it and I'll see how much it's improved as well. But that's something that makes a lot more sense. Buying me a Windows 12 brain would mean that you're adding another subscription on top of that. And you don't get a choice on what type of subscription it is. For gaming, the Steam OS especially is allowing a lot more games to be able to be played on Linux. That's why I'm going to test it, right? I want to see if I can actually install Microsoft Office on Linux, because I think that'll be a big test, and see how it works. Probably. Like a bloomin' my second desktop computer that I'm going to use to render all the videos if I'm editing with my laptop, which I should do. It just activated it with... Yeah, they use OpenOffice. Can OpenOffice create a linked table to all the headings you have in a document? I don't know. I've never used it. Anyway. If I'd been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. Has it now? I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. Unless she was posing as one of the royal guard. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so it's just empty. There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It's as empty as my sarcophagus. So I do need to present some evidence to one of them. Oh no, I'm still pressing. Hang on. I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder, because you're here. It's after the murder now, so any time following the murder... Yeah. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene.
Precisely.
As you said yourself, defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirk Sadmuddy and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next, there is no escaping such simple truths. He has fled from his sacred hall.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
Well, what's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim, "It wasn't me, you must believe me." It was my duty as a wife to her husband, to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communications after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage.
Sure, I guess.
What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. Yeah, he's not married. That's why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Like every other flawless testimony in this game. Oh, do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people... Ah, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, defense, do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of, and by using the special method it would be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it.
How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? She channeled someone. Clung to the ceiling as an answer. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
Well, I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Whoa! The animals got deleted! I shattered into a million pieces! Well, what the?
Mercy, your mercifulness.
She's not a Disney princess. She just destroyed those animals.
How dare you with such a vile blasphemy, defense? You'll retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No, good Majesty, it is quite all right. Koreanism also teaches we must respond to all times with reason and principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. Here we go, this will be a big one. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only others were right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. I'm still thinking that she could have posed as a security guard, hid behind the curtains at the door, something like that. And then just when they rushed into the room, joined in with them, and they probably wouldn't have noticed. Then she would have been able to get out. Had I channeled Inga as you allege? Well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I'd been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd! Oh, that's right, there was nothing left after the fire when the original assassination of Queen Amara was attempted as such, or it's supposedly that. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara. Oh, you son of a... Dirk disappears. She appears as a witness. Oh, apparently it's a separate profile. 44. Okay, yeah, pretty close to Dirk. We have not seen Naina or Amara in the same room as Dirk at all through this game. Have we? The time when it was Dirk with us and Rafa appeared, and during this case, Naina wasn't there. She had disappeared, obviously, because of the stuff happening here, but... Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? There was... that other blood. Okay, I'm gonna save it just in case, but I think we're on to the... That would be the only way to explain it, is the other blood stain here.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this, but it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... Yeah, because someone had wiped it up as well to try and hide it. But no, it can't be. Dirk saying he didn't have much longer left. And the blackout where he couldn't remember anything was very much like it's spirit channeled, because that's how it is. Like, it's immediately from the last moment then the next.
Would the friends care to share something with us?
That's the only thing I can think of. Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Is this where we're gonna have this fingerprint analysed? Surely, we have to get that fingerprint checked.
Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips.
I like his lines.
But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim?
There's only one person it could be, because we've already discounted Maya because she fainted and has been asleep, and we've been keeping an eye on her the whole time. And Maya, they wouldn't have killed Maya off like that. That would be an amazing twist though. What if it was Maya? That would be completely mind blown, but they wouldn't do that to a fan favorite character, I don't think. But there's no way this can be true. But no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim Queen Amara channeled was... It has to be Dirk, because there's no other option. It's between Maya and Dirk, and Maya wouldn't be dead.
Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that its sights set on me.
Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
And he still doesn't want to betray his wife. Ah, this is a good ending. He couldn't accuse the love of his life, yeah. And the sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
Take that? What? You can't! That's not possible! Phoenix even gone! The defendant, Dirk Sudmuddy, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim.
That this is insanity! But Polkunka!
Apollo, what are you... Do you realise what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice.
I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. And if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain on the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection.
That's enough. So I guess Dirk was alive up until he went into the tomb. Is the proposition here. Because I was almost thinking, what if he had died in the fire? And then the whole time when Dirk came over and met us in this case and everything, the reason he only appeared then was because Amara was channeling him. That would have been interesting. Yeah, I guess they didn't go with that, but that would have been a lot more of a bold move. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. It should know what happened. It would be Inga, probably found out what happened and knew what happened. Feel like Rafa wouldn't know. Because Dirk was the one that was blackmailing... Inga was the one that was blackmailing Dirk. I meant this alive. Well, Garan probably. It was hiding everything. And Amara, of course. Amara's alive. But I was sort of discounting the obvious one there. You would not dare to claim that proof to support your assertion. No, Yuta. I wish it weren't true. I wish it with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Because I think it would have been a lot bolder to... And it would, yeah, retrospectively would have put a lot of things in perspective, because, like, yes, he saved our life, he's been out of it for so long and whatnot. If he was channeled while... I don't know, this is actually a great point. It wouldn't make sense, because if Amara was channeling Dirk, she would have seen the face of the founder and been able to channel the founder, and that would be the ultimate goal, right? That's why Dirk wanted the Founder's Orb. To keep it away from her, or to give it to her, something like that. Oh yeah, actually I'm trying to... I'll see how this case tries to explain that a bit, yeah. As much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. In the sarcophagus, yep. And there's only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. The sarcophagus, the whole time, the sarcophagus is recurred. You would suggest? Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different colour. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. There wouldn't be a curse because we know Amara's alive. Your Eminence. Being the Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Yeah, she knows she's getting caught. Okay. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. Several days. They went there a little bit. That means it was all from the start of the Paul Atterson case, right? Amara was trying to get the Founder's Orb back from Dr. Buff, which Dirk had already set up for the Defiant Dragons to try and get. The body? The Detective Sky. Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Or tell me my whole theory is completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have positively identified it as... It'll be Dirk, won't it? It will. Dirk Sadmadi. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. This one's pink, his one's blue. So they have matching pendants. Dirk! No! A full-on headbang into the bench, damn. Why? I do feel like... This may have had more weight to me if we had Dirk introduced right at the start of the game as an actual character and then got to know him over the time and then this happened, rather than us actually meeting him more in just this case. But okay. Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk, answer me! So my conspiracy channel Dirk and you have a last little chat with him, that'd be some nice closure. And no one's ever really dead if you can just channel their spirit, right? How can this be? Okay, close enough. The traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency. Murdered? Well, of course, Amara seems to have a vested interest in keeping control of the royal family and keeping things as they are. Oh, what a joyous day! And those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Ha ha ha! What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? Being coached by Dirk's lawyer badge? No, you two never confiscated it. It's probably going to be used later. But it has a dragon never yields thing on it, which was used as encouragement for him earlier. Son. A dragon never yields. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. I thought they might voice that again. He said it earlier with an actual voice file. I thought they might reuse that. Even when wounded, the dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're Apollo in court tomorrow? You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I'm imagining Queen Amara is privy to everything that Dirk does and says while she's channeling him. Once they're fully trained and all that. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Amara's totally fine with the Defense Culpability Act, though. We know that for sure. You believed in me that much, Dirk? This is helping with the emotions that I didn't really feel when it was really revealed. Dirk, I think I finally understand. A bit. But I still feel like we'd have more impact if it was introduced in like the first case of the game. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Right. But I'm fine now. Apollo? Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive no autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Yeah. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. Inga's gun. I believe they are the cause of death. Dirk's corpse photo added to the court record. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Yep. Back in Japanifornia, he was already dead. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into it, stay in the US without arousing suspicion, yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. believe this was who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Okay, this is a different one. It appears that Naina wasn't away. I'm gonna go with Amara and see if that's true, because I think that's the most obvious case. Otherwise, it could be Maya. See, she said that she'd go along with stuff that wasn't murder.
Take that!
Wow, it was Maya. Oh, I see. And Maya wasn't really kidnapped. That's interesting. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Yeah, she was being talking around it because she's like, oh, I would do stuff if it wasn't leading to murder. Yeah. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Big brain play. While Amara was channeling Dirk, he made a deal with Maya to get Apollo to help. That's cool. A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? Yeah, she's found out. I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell him. Dirk made me promise before he died. So, I was right then. Oh, before he died, okay. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inger's murder. Okay. Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. Oh! So he was going to save her as well. That's neat. It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. And why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. A long time no see, you rebel blowhard. So it could have actually been Inger that killed him. And then Amara took the opportunity. Inger, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. More shots. Straight up shooting him. That's gotta smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. There we go. Dirk! Did you really think like a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? He had 4 shots. Well, what are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this! Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. That was 4 times, not several, but anyway. He sacrificed himself for me. Yeah. Feel like it's kinda weird how bad Dirk is at those rescues. Like, he's evaded them for so long, and then that happens. Ah, these ropes! I've got to help. I've got to help you. Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I had much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit medium, aren't you? Well, when I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. So stop it, don't give up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play. No, please, hang in there, you can still make it. But promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. And you could channel him again. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that? Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him. But friends, if you're ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well, your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 PM, the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 PM, Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the Minister was murdered at 2 PM. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. We go with Amara, I imagine, or we go with Naina. Hang on, if it goes a bit funny with the specifics there. I'll go with Amara. Okay, yeah. It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 PM. Yeah, no, the judge... I guess it's just a question to be able to lead to him restating the case and all that, but it's like, well, he could have just said, can you please restate your case given the new information? She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. And when Dirk entered at 3 PM, she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... that it was... That's right, Prosecutor Submoney. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. That's a cool detail. We didn't have that in the court records, so I'd forgotten there was an extra one there. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. Well, I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure when she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, and picked up the knife and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. And then if Dirk runs away, disappears, they can't find her, there's no... The killed person was already dead, yeah. There'd be... If he just disappeared, he'd be charged guilty based on the court cases there, but if he disappeared and then never came back again, then there would be no execution for him, I guess. Yeah. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk. What was going on through your mind while all this was unfolding? So ultimately it was all for naught. So ultimately it was all for naught. Naita? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Naita, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Naita, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. And we've won the court case now, or I guess we're continuing because we always want to find the murderer and get them. So the revolution is far from over, it's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. And he's already dead, man. What do you want? Or what we're trying to do now is prove that Amara was the killer. You merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. Well, what do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 PM, you have yet to substantively prove that. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 PM? Oh, well, no, I don't, but... It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I've fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Satmani, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Satmani to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why isn't he doing this? Goran shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? No, you tell. What's left to chain you to her like this? Very well done. Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Korean and its people. This is where we use this. Dirk had the blue one on his corpse. In the photo. There. And so this proves, and probably has her fingerprint on it, that this was her pen. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There's no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Okay. We have no proof. Let's go. Press everything and then I can save it.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, a Grand Priestess with his silver tongue. Oh, I thought she would have meant Phoenix. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before? Ah, but to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell. Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate? Wow. I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. What about your silver tongue, lady? Speaking like you have experience with it.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed this crime. The crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Korean. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Goran was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. You would have thought that Maya would have learned how to get out of knots and ropes like that after being kidnapped the other time. That means the Dirk that we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer! Oh, they ran that to me. Forgive us for mercifulness. She can summon down lightning. Really, Your Majesty? Ah, but have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurain?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can't. Under the circumstances of Apollo, there are two ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? Prove she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. Seems you're ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well, let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. Okay, this is where I'll get the pendant going. You do have some, do you not? Yeah, I'm pressing everything first, so. By simply changing into Dirk's clothes and channeling his spirit, it is the fact that the killer altered the crime scene. How very perceptive of you, Captain Obvious? In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time, and may have committed an error that could prove crucial to this case. And sometimes the significance of certain pieces of evidence can change in the face of new facts and circumstances. I'm going to take another look. Okay, yeah, they're just telling me to present the evidence. I don't need to just read that out. Fine. Let's just present the evidence. I think that's what they're all of the presses are telling me. Present the evidence, present the evidence. Okay.
Objection!
Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I failed to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's. Yeah, it's a picture, because we see the other one.
Take that!
That's the photo of the tree's body, is it not? Yes, it is. And I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. Okay, I have to point it out, do I? Yeah. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's, because we have another one. You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Always now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colours? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Miss Ringer's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to? She's sweating.
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. What, they never opened it? Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sarmadi. I'm guessing you didn't know about that this pendant is actually a locket.
Come again?
Now, this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact.
What? No.
So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? She's twiddling her thumbs. Queen Amara, it belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. And Emma's here, she could dust it. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around.
But this cannot be, Mother. Tell me it does not belong to you.
No, Yuta, I... Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realised that you were channeling his spirit. And he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Bring my wife Amara. Well, I think she's gonna be executed. Or no, they love her too much. Maybe she'll just be in jail. But they seem keen on the death penalty in this country. So who knows? She might be freed from life. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Yeah, everyone always be simping. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, I mean, she's being proved guilty as we speak, so... Ah! Oh, she did the L'Oreal pose! Ah!
This cannot be. I refuse to accept it.
Queen Amara, are you ready to confess your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sugata Kurain, who slew Minister Inga.
That's preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you?
Yeah, shoot her like Inga was shooting Dirk. Forgive me, Noyuta, I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice, it was the only way. I wanted to keep my control of the kingdom in the shadows. I wanted to keep the Defense Culpability Act going, so I could burn down every single lawyer, so that everyone that's accused would be sent to death.
Oh no! Oh no no! No 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 no!
The only way?
So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sarmadi. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They are prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring the pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you. It really is! Oh no, you've said it now, it really is! The lover wants to bring back a husband. And so she wants to bring him back, but they can't reconcile while they're alive because it's a forbidden love. And then in the sequel to The Mummy, he's trying to get, I don't know, at the end of The Mummy too, he's trying to get back his wife or lover. So it's like a role reversal there. Sand tornado. I need fireman to regain his human form, yes! Do it. I do not really understand it myself. I've nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it? That Dirk tried to assassinate her? It actually belongs to Amara. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well then. Your Eminence, pass you to somebody if you have no further objections.
Yeah.
This cannot be my mother.
Yeah, It's so weird how they're going along with the clown court, because Garan could just be like, oh, no, defense attorney, rewrite the law, defense attorneys are unnecessary, they're never allowed in court. If they try to, they get executed on sight. Done. I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. I guess Garan might be salty because it was her husband that she killed. But
very well then. Being the Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see.
this is too easy. There has to be a bit more.
Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmadi.
Yeah, see? Hold it. Magic attack, yeah. Yeah, your benevolence. I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? I theorized earlier that this was Rafa. That it was not Nayuta. Inga and Queen Amara were having an affair. And Dirk was getting shafted by her being in the affair with Inga. It would be a scandal, so Garan ended up saying that Rafa was her daughter, especially since Amara was supposed to be dead. Is there some sort of lingering affection towards Naina? Rafa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes. There is no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
But Barbed Head, Hornhead, are you going to let this stand? She's doing the eye quiver thing. Come on, Rafer, just let it happen. I know we have to have an opportunity to spirit channel our father, but this is just not it. Derek's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? I'm sure it's bloomin'. Oh, continue the trial, but I want to see the damn. Let me have a bad ending here or something. Let it end here. Is this the right thing to do? Derek's been proven innocent, so there's that. Well, has every last bit of the truth. Are you gonna have the illusion of choice again? For crying out loud, game, let me have a bad ending or something. How many doubts you keep digging deeper? Fine. You're gonna railroad me into the bloomin' things. I really wanted to just have another ending there. Why won't the game let me? Why is there an illusion of choice? I hate that when... Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. The only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead!
Very well, then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important factors about this case is yet to come to light?
The murder method would be the correct one, right? So the motive. Queen Amara, there's something... Oh no, I got it right by accident! Oh, something else I don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question and one that I shall now answer. I thought it would be the murder method. Oh well, whatever. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy. Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Myfa's abduction? Yeah, we haven't covered that. I know we haven't. Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed never allow a repeat of such events. And I wonder, what led to them wanting to have a coup? Have you ever thought about that as queen? Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 PM, during the rite of channeling, I slipped past into the tomb and slew the minister. Yeah. My bracelet. He always has to rub his arm like that. Apollo. Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. let it go and move on. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. And there's also the reason why Naito is still continuing to prosecute like he was, because he needed some motivation for that, yeah. If you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with the last statement you made. If I must. Lorangan activate, I guess. Yeah, far from over, and then we also have the bloomin' DLC case. So it's not her hands. She had an eye twitch as Naina, maybe that's something. No, I don't see it, okay. It's probably somewhere we can see the bear skin. Yeah, that's the top. She blinked at the start there. She blinked again. I think that's just blinking. Yeah. Yep, that's what this is. Confirmed. I mean, yeah, actual law, he would have been doing it from further away, but that's my headcanon. Has to be the fingers then. Because they've drawn attention to that each time she's lifted up the plate thing she has here. It's essentially a plate. No! Her finger is moving very slightly. That was tricky. That was tricky. That was very subtle. Queen Amara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Yeah, she's flat. Clearly, Garang got all of the boobs, and she got none of it. 45 minutes later, got you. During the 45 minutes, whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 PM, and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the riot? I know, it was a joke. So I was thinking of Rafa. Nanas are covered up, couldn't see properly. I mean, it's the same genetics, I guess. Rafa will have to grow into it. The rite of channeling, didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of this rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Yeah, she's not flat. It just makes it look like that when she holds a plate in front of her. Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once! Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? Oh, how about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... yeah. Probably. There's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in the darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's see if she can help. Yeah. Right, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Yeah, we just turn up the brightness a bit. Sure, that'll work on a Polaroid. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. Was I right so long ago? The Garan was the actual killer? What? I thought she was too overtly evil to actually be the killer. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. Yeah, just stare at her chest, Apollo. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? It can only be Amara.
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same, and clearly, right, when she was Naina, she didn't have the facial tattoos. So they're just makeup they put on every day, so you can change that. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Yes, Apollo! Strip! Show us the burn marks! Secretly just wants to see her nude. Oh, it's lighting up! She's gonna go Super Saiyan! Eek! Why does she even wear something that reveals the burn mark? But look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo! All chest coverings for justice! Yeah! Why would she not wear something that covers more? That's just silly. Because surely the visiting dignitary... A visiting dignitary might go, hubba hubba, what's that burn mark on your chest this time I'm visiting? Doesn't even put on makeup on it, no. Different clothing or makeup, one of them. It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo.
I don't understand.
I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switch places?
Amara's confession earlier was also false.
Mother, what is the meaning of this?
Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 PM. One that's gonna be spirit channeling, Jayland. You gotta have loose clothing because you don't know how the clothing will fit with the shape of the body you're gonna transform into. That's their excuse anyway. The exact time the murder took place.
But I mean, Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed the crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
Well, I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime?
Yes, that fact has not changed. I'm speaking for Capcom for a moment. What's the well, yeah, that's actually possible. That is a special fabric that they wear. And we have seen, hang on, let me check this again. Yes. There is specific clothing for channeling, but even then, it's the way it parts. Because, do you remember what Mia looked like when she was channeled by Maya? Let me remind you. And then, we can check that as well. Obviously, parting. No, I mean, I can. Very large icon for immediate reference. I can't beat the allegations, I guess. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... Yeah, the spirit channeling has been very sus for a long time. With that. While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. It's Quran. It has to be. What's going on here? Was a mercifulness covering for someone?
If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Quran wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching place and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why, is this some kind of joke?
No, Your Majesty, I could never joke about something so grave. There's a death and we took the grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigatar Kurain. And he's just chilling. He's like, I'll just sip my cup of tea and watch this happen. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her? Yeah, just eating popcorn. He's like, Apollo's got this. Like, yeah. It feels really weird having a Phoenix in the courtroom for so long and yet he's the sidekick role now. And perform the rite of channeling. Hi. And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 PM, while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garam, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? He just manages it. It's like, I did my Sintin Kure and now let Apollo learn. Well, your mercifulness. So he's trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? I also need to know who set the fire. Just as Minister Inga's true killer is. But Mother? No! They actually shot her in court? Man, that's bold. Ha ha ha! I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is yours! Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards? Yep. See? Garan can just do that and be like, we don't even need to charge this royal guard with the death. Garan can just be like, okay, no more trial. Bye. Everyone dies. Queen Amara! It's so... okay. Bailiff, arrest that guardsman. Mother just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled the trigger, now he's dead. Garan couldn't have, could she? I mean, she's too overtly evil looking. What? Okay. Someone call for an ambulance, quickly now. No one calls for a medic, like, they just assume she's dead immediately. Okay, they did that. Someone apparently did. It's a beacon oh my goodness. They're dragging this on further. Okay, we need to talk about the previous case more. So, she obviously was like, kill her if she's gonna actually reveal any information. She's so overtly evil to make a good villain here. I was all on board with Queen Amara having the motivation to kill Inga. And her being a bit duplicitous. And the whole thing with, like, in the end it could have been revealed that she tricked Dirk into marrying her. She ends up being pretty evil, and Dirk was taken advantage of. And there could have been a really good end for that. And now I'm just like, what the hell? And then in the end part even, it was like, okay, well, she ended up still loving Dirk even after she did those things. Yeah. And in this case, it's like, well, I'm evil, but you can't stop me. And it's like, well, why are you even putting the trial on? Just kill us. She's the blooming queen. She's rewriting laws as we are in court. Why even put up? Why even have the trial? We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. But we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out. Yeah, because I thought, okay, she's too obviously evil. I really want that to be an ending that we can get, is that she just straight up kills us all. Bad ending, of course. And just a straight up kill everyone. That's the ending. Would be amazing for a bad ending. Oh, I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Well, Phoenix, here is it. She was right in front of us. Queen Garan is obviously bloody guilty. But she's in charge of everything. It's just annoying, because she was the one that instituted the Defense Culpability Act and all that too, which caused trouble. Yeah, Athena still exists. You think Garan put the guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Well, on your watch, you're gonna die if you actually do anything, because she just rewrites the rules, and then if she gets a royal guard, you can just sit them to shoot you as well. She literally just proved that she could shoot you if she wants to. Yeah, these are just, oh, yeah, okay, now we're back to business. Literally, like, I guess it says the ambulance made it in time, so she's not 100% dead. But someone being shot in court is still something that should have more of a reaction than this. This is just being Rafa scarred every single time there's a trial, let's be honest. And this is just being scar upon scar. Poor Queen Amara, your benevolence any news on her condition? She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. She was shot in the stomach. Yes, it depends on the placement of the bullet. Like Garan, justice will be served. Bro. Oh, I hate the setup of this. I was really enjoying this last bit of the case until now. And this is just stupid. Really? Why? Why did this happen? Obviously, because she was going to say, yeah, Garan did it. And then that was the key word for the Royal Guard to go, yep, she's shot. So if there was no testimony or no one testifies about woman Garan doing the murder, then they can't put her on trial for it. And now Garan will be like, oh yeah, I'll rewrite the law. Oh, the Queen is never guilty of anything. All she has to do is that. Because they don't go through an approval process or anything for any of her other law changes. And then they do this and it's like, well, what are you supposed to do in the game where you're stuck as a lawyer? All they should do is get out of the country. And now Rafa's being dumb. Oh, just as we were finally reunited. No, she's been with you your whole life. Aren't you paying attention, Rafa? Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Oh, it's nothing. Right. Yeah, it's totally her in the picture. How are you, Hornhead? Dirk somebody was your father in all but blood after all. I know, and it's dumb. The situation is dumb. Because he shouldn't really find a way to win when there's a bloody dictatorship the way it is. Or he wins and then he just gets shot after the guilty verdict for Garan or something. Like, come on. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now we still have a trial to see through, so that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you're sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Oh, Dats, yeah, he exists too. Dirk, that was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon is dead. Dats. Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it. Or if it was a part of Goran or Amara's plan. Also, this dude was arrested. Apparently you can just chill. Man, I dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Goran is a real culprit in all this. If we can prove her guilt in court. Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. Okay, so that's more about fueling the revolution. And so if we get enough revolution points, then Naita will Naita doesn't have power, the Queen has power. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. Heh heh, all in a day's work. Yeah, forget about Phoenix. Phoenix could take on the court case as well. Who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. And this is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him. Oh, and Maya could just channel Dirk again. The Honourable Rebel Dirk Satmadi. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. I mean, spirit channeling. Really? Well, why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier? The trial is about to resume. There are fancies to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Goran will do is respond to the last accusation. So you better stay on your toes, Apollo. Yeah, duh. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Goran, here comes justice. Man, this is a... Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Maybe I've invested in this way too much, and that's why it hits me more when it just jumps the shark so much. I was getting back into the swing of it as well. Let's resume today's proceedings, huh? See, she's too obviously evil just from her outfit. See, this outfit change should have been when she's revealed to be evil. Then we could have been like, oh, she's still not so evil. Yeah, exactly. We're in a country where she has complete dictatorship over everything. Huh? Where's Naita? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders. No, she's not going to outright say it, because if public opinion is against her, the revolution just overthrows her. She wants to stay in power. Are you dumb, Apollo?
How dare you cast such suspicions upon her eminence?
It is quite all right, your majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted all alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, your majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility.
A possibility, you say?
Yeah. Inga was having an affair with Amara, and that ended up producing Rafa. Garan hates Rafa because she's not her actual daughter. She's her niece. And she can't have children herself or something. So she's mad. Indeed, for during the break the real killer confessed to me.
What?
Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What's she got up her sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. Produce. Oh, we're getting different shoes. I just feel like the lawyers at this point. He's the one who confessed? Yeah, under pressure, so it's void.
But Prosecutor Sadmati, you're the real killer?
I questioned him during the recess as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. No, Naita, you didn't really do it, did you? Come on, you know you like to do it. Everyone likes to do it. Oh, that picture of them when they were kids. I mean, I guess that doesn't prove anything. Yeah, we need to get to the point where we spirit channel Apollo's dad. We'll see.
Her Eminence speaks the truth.
That's not outright saying it. Okay, there it is. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Naita!
Peace. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed.
Yes, I am certain. I mean, Naita has to be a woman at this point. Because otherwise, his confession won't hold any ground because it wouldn't be able to spirit channel. For I killed him with by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Yes, Phoenix, you're on the same page as me. And Naita, retract your confession now. Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination. Now, who cares about that? Admit it was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You're being too blunt, Apollo. You're out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. But I do have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder. And that is... What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Nita, why are you doing this? Why wouldn't you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Samadi, your testimony, please. Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah, so we're gonna do the badge in one part of this. I still haven't used this yet. I cannot remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurain. I consider a divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. You're literally a prosecutor. You could just charge him with trying to plan a coup. My mother was simply covering for me. I'm ashamed to let her go so far for my sake. You do understand what you're doing, right, Noita? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. Yeah, death penalty. Yeah, there we go. If that is a court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Noita. Oh, the Queen! Well, there's no difference here. The Queen will just rewrite or write a new law. Then it's done.
Objection!
Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense. Oh, I will. I'm gonna blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. Do I have something that says that only women can spirit channel? No.
Hold it!
Yeah, quite all this time even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Sanmari has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Kurain would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known. What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Naita. Did you really kill Minister Inga? Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable.
Hold it!
How did you do it? It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered. Your terrible line of questioning, Apollo. There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It's that simple. Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Naita? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that or we have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not going to be easy either way. Prosecutor Samadi, what was the motive for your crime? I have reason enough to kill Miss Inga. I guess it'd be the badge thing, because we can't do much else there.
Hold it!
What they're saying. What do you mean by that? Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup d'etat. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul. So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen? Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world. And if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite? I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was, therefore, something she did on a whim. There is no meaning behind it. A meaningless whim? It's hard to press a statement like that. Yeah, continue on the testimony. Divine judgment. Yeah, sure. Divine judgment? Yes, I render judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother. Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you? No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of the circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I've done. He has green eyes, the same as Rafa has green eyes. I was just paying attention to that. The green eyes. And Rafa has the green eyes. Yeah, she has green eyes. Yeah, they all have green eyes. Even Bloomin' Albie has green eyes. Okay, never mind. And I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect this kingdom's future. Snap out of it already, no you two. So his motive comes from a place of faith. Does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expresses a similar motive. As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title. Okay.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga, and Queen Amara stays the crime? Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all the guilt upon herself. Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Either could it be you... I'm imagining it's told Amara what to do, because then he could be blackmailed into things too. Did you tell Queen Amara to do what she did? No, she acted on her own volition. She must have somehow discovered my crime and then staged the crime scene. Sounds plausible on the surface, but I'm not buying it. Still, I don't think we'll get anywhere if I press the issue. Even though you would confess to the crime, can't say I saw that coming. He was quiet for a long time. Why, Naruto? Why? Why are you putting yourself on the line for Guran? I wonder if Guran has something on him. I don't think so. I mean, Amara's currently fighting for her life, so I don't see what Guran could threaten him with. Maybe that's just it. Maybe there's something else we don't know about. Let's do this again. And I'm curious to see what happens if we say not know about Naina. You didn't realise that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother? That is not as strange as you might think. Much time had passed since we last met after all. Right, 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt? No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that? I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. 100% that is Rafa then in the picture. 14. That's 10 years ago. How old's he again? 25? Yeah. This could be a 4-year-old. Still, that's... Naruto, please add that last statement to your testimony. Alright, yeah, that was it. Let's present the photo then.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it had taken 23 years ago. It was taken 23 years ago. He said that. He did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old? The baby.
Take that!
Naruto, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. No, Dirk never said that. He never said who it was. He skirted around the issue and let us assume. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there. Over something. English. Apollo, if this baby isn't Naruto. Well, wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Naruto, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? 15 years ago. Woman Rafe was 14. 15 years ago would be enough time if it crossed the age gap. Like, depends on her birthday and that. What was it again? It was on the safe. Oh, I need to look it up now. Because it was her birthday that was a combination for the safe. And I forget what it is. The 24th of December. The Juice birthday range. It says 24th of December. Yeah. So it was right... that kind of puts a hole in that theory. Because if it was December, then 9 months before would still be that same year, so it wouldn't be 15 years ago. Or it's May. Yeah, anyway, we'll see. You know, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. And that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well. To protect this other child. A child born 15 years ago. There would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. See here. Well, this is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behaviour. This is a child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. So not even Inga, just Dirk as well. All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense. Prosecutor Submuddy, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara and about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see.
I cannot accept this.
Something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. Makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara.
Now I see, Naita, why you do what you're told.
The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was...
Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners.
I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your siblings' reputation. What's interesting is she's got black hair for some reason. I guess that's the way genetics go. The Defense Culpability Act. Or Dirk's. The reason why you fear for your siblings' reputation is probably the Defense Culpability Act more than the badge. I believe that to be the chink in my so-called armor. I failed to see what you mean. Okay, it's the badge.
I guess I lose more on chink in the defense's argument.
It would be bad news for Rafa if it became known that she was fathered by Dirk. Right, he just says it outright. There's got to be something that shows why. Right, let me take another look at the evidence. Naita. It's not the badge. Oh, well, let's get the bad ending. Let's see what it is. Let's see what happens if...
Fair enough, the trial needs not be drawn out any longer. In light of the fact that Queen Amara was and is still amongst the living, the charge of murder against the accused, Dirk Submuddy, for the attempted assassination 23 years ago will be dropped. However, with regard to the murder of Minister Inga, the defense has failed to invalidate the confession of Prosecutor Submuddy, therefore this court must accept his confession and hand down its verdict.
I just wanted one bad ending. That's all it does? Oh, that's boring. Okay. Okay, what else could it be? Has to be connected to the older case somehow. The assassination file. Expelled from the royal family. That's it.
Take that!
And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either. If she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. Yeah. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan, but at some point you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this chink in your armour. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Rita, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are an innocent party to all of this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you? Before country, before queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and a patriot. Malarkey indeed. I shall continue to rule Kurain until the day Rafa succeeds me. Yeah, that's your plan, isn't it? For that is what is best for our kingdom. Yeah, it's what's best for you. I know, your eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice. If he didn't know that Amara was alive, I bet the end would just be Queen Amara against back as queen, I guess. But I promise you this, in exchange for your life. The child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meagre existence. Prosper. We'll see. Nayuta, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future. No. Nayuta, I knew, will never let himself be turned into this. Now, your majesty, if you would hand down your verdict. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta, but I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times, and it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together, as a family. I know, because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet, leaving the badge with Dirk.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence, all except this. Will you take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk! Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon... Oh, sorry, that's Nayuta. A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. No, to Apollo, I vow to restore Khura'in's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny.
You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up and you never will because a dragon never yields. Okay. You still believe all the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? Yeah, it should be a question mark on there. As well. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. Yeah, he's got the luring gun. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. It all comes back. No, Utah! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? No, Utah, Apollo. Don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. No, Utah. I knew you. However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered, along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Everyone watching must be miffed or they've already figured it out. Please try to understand, Apollo. Everyone in the gallery is just like, yeah, it's Rafer. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But...
Such insolence!
There we go, the such insolence! You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering, the immutability of his duty? This makes it worse when we've seen no other prosecutor other than Gasp and Payne in Khura'in. Like, her top prosecutor's just going to take the blame for it because that's the only way she can get out of being accused. No other prosecutor that we know of. Or maybe Gasp and Payne said, yeah. It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will.
Yes.
Objection!
Wait a second, what do I do?
Does the defense wish to raise an objection?
There's got to be somewhere to say Naita. Apollo. Yes, all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. You branded him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara. Right. Naruto and Rafer's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. Yeah, now we can spirit channel our dad, come on. Catch up, Apollo. And Dirk investigated the matter for years and never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right, I doubt Dirk would have gone in his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Quran with some way. Take another look at the evidence. You might just find that we need to break out of this situation. You've got it.
If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict.
No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share.
You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial.
Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? If there is there some connection I'm missing here?
Very well, then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
Our biological dad.
Take that!
A photograph?
Yes. Do you recall the travelling musician who died in the fire 23 years ago?
How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes.
Well, about that. The truth is, he was my biological father.
Oh?
What? Why, of course, with this photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent, and that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Kurain, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us.
He did?
Yep, and boy is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? She's evil, but she somehow gives herself limitations within her own rule set.
As a presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance.
Why you? Your benevolence. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course, leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is Jove Justice. By Jove, he's done it. All right.
Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me.
Garan's really just losing control as well. Like, she should just stop it.
So that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
And she does a dance. Let's go. The pink also makes sense because she's got the pink skirt thing, the dress, and then Queen Amara had the pink on her colouring with the shoulders and as well as the like pink and purple bits. That makes sense. You know, it's kind of resetting from the silly transition. I liked the most of it during the trials, but that transition and the arse pulls and stuff is a bit much. Yeah, just like, oh, we want to make the case longer because we can fit more on the cartridge, right? Because this would have been a 3DS game. You know, Thalassa could have given Apollo a picture of his father. Burning and heat, okay. Baby Apollo has the hair sticking up!
The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments.
That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo.
I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead?
Yes, please proceed. Doesn't check with the prosecutor. Does not give a crap about her at the moment.
Very well, here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision.
Okay. Raver's insight.
Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt.
He did save us, which is good.
That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? Okay. Residence ablaze. There doesn't seem to be an issue with that one. Happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Knocked out doesn't seem right. 100%? Hang on, I better save it. It goes pain, but he was still awake. Like, he didn't get knocked out properly here.
Objection!
Okay, apparently that's not it. Is that Amara? I imagine so that ends up working. I feel like it has to be the knocked out.
Objection!
Somewhere. Okay, not there. This is a bit trickier one to pinpoint exactly what's doing what. Because he seems like he wasn't knocked out because he could still see before he died.
Objection!
That wasn't it either. Like, him being knocked out was just absolute death. So, we're saying he was burnt after he was knocked out, I guess. That doesn't make sense because it actually didn't start near Queen Amara.
Objection!
Oh my goodness. What's my brain doing? It's starting to slow down. I've been thrown through a loop with this a bit because it's like, oh, why are you bad? Just play it. Happened to stop by. No, it seems like he specifically was there. Because he didn't just... It's like he saw what was happening. I mean, that's... Can't really prove it, but the way he rushed in seemed like the house was already on fire, and then he was rushing to the room.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, I can't really do that. Oh man, what am I doing? This never ends. My goodness. Oh, that's a gloved hand in the mirror.
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. I believe you are right. What could this mean? It causing me to question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we can make out the details a little better. Very well, I shall attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that would help refine the seance vision. It does seem like there was a glove on that hand. And there's the braces that the Minister of Justice wears, and what role did Garan have before she was Queen? Minister of Justice. Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation. While the fact remains they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems I must revise my insights. Alright. Okay, she's updated her insights, so I'm going to go over them and see if there are any inconsistencies. So yeah. No, it's not sort of an inconsistency, it's just new information brought out. There, and then we have there, and I'll save it just in case. We select, and we go site
Objection!
here. No? It has to be because we can see the braces, but maybe the wrong one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, maybe it has to be very specific. Make sure it's on the braces.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, it had to be very specific. Well, wait, then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. Ah! That design! It can't be! This will prove just whose hand is captured in the seance vision. Yeah, the picture of the corpse. That photo! So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes, I hear they're a traditional part of a Koreanese Justice Minister's attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Korean's late Minister of Justice, Inga Kako Kure. No, you boo! You idiot! Oh, it was Goran, because she was the Minister of Justice before him. She became Queen, you absolute fool. No, not my father. So you plotted the assassination of the former Queen as well as the current one? This is Minister Inga? So then Dirk's innocent of both charges? The Defiant Dragons, they've been right all along. No, Yuta. What you propose is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Kalkul Kurain was not the Minister of Justice. Yes, see? What? A Justice Minister 23 years ago was. Oh, he's gonna struggle, but there we go. You, Queen Goran. What? Yeah, see? Yep. Alright, she served as Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. Okay, maybe it's because Phoenix heard that. That gets a little bit conflated playing through, I guess, because it's both from our experience. And she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it? Look, this is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. Yeah, exactly. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her. See, this is what I told you from the start. There's motivation right there. I find this very hard to swallow. But then after everything coming out, I was like, okay, that's good, because she was too overtly evil, and now she's back to being overtly evil. So are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Such insolence indeed! Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it, then. You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs. Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Also, the queen is decided by who has spiritual power and can do the spirit channeling and all that. So, who else would it be? Now, kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence. I'm done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interests of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta. Here we go. Finally. Nayuta, you dare defy me? Your Eminence. I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? Let's go. Dirk, the final piece of evidence you left behind, has released Nayuta from his suffering. And now he's finally free. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to awake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
Nice, and he's got the tattoo and everything. I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution! Come on, we're gonna be near the end now. Ugh, insolent fool! Now even you prattle on about revolution? Oh, her nails snapped. Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garan's guilt, we could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. I mean, the people are essentially the jury. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty, for the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything.
Why, I believe you're right. But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that prosecutor Submuddy has retracted his confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inge Karkul Kurain. Oh wait, she got her nails back. They must be fake. But do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer? There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is Minister Inge's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, alright. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. So the blood-soaked clothes must have been dealt with somehow. We haven't said how I guess it was when he shot the gun, but how that statue was destroyed as well. If they're still around somewhere. If I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now. You could just burn them in the incense burner. I mean...
Objection.
And you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you have been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafer! You would not dare! When the Queen headed into the palace, did she also have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No, she did not. Sorry, maybe she'd have disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime. They did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Okay, save. After all that. Oh, we're so close to the end, I gotta finish this. Has to be in the tomb. That or in the water or something, but I would say the tomb. The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yeah. Yes, it's the only place it can be. It's the only place that makes sense. Very well, where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? Just do that. It's easier to come back to it if I have a save to load. In the it's pointing me right at the sarcophagus. Yeah, right under the body of Dirk. Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. And by that you mean, the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course.
At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus, and yeah, the blood is on the clothes in the picture. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes. It's a wonder they didn't test some of the blood and saw that it was a mix of Dirk and Inga's. But I guess she was controlling the information anyway. Update the autopsy report. And that hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
We can fix that easily. That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. The fresh blood, yeah.
Take that!
The blood stains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There is also some blood splatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood splatter came from Inga.
Take that!
If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. So this feels nice. You've got a bunch of stuff that makes sense all lining up in a row. Feels nice to be like, okay, we're doing like our final explanation of the case. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure though. Let's get those stains analysed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Goran hiding the clothes does not exist. Let's do that. We've eliminated all other options. No, that's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. Using your runs against it, yes. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it will be impossible for some knave to open it. Yep, that's also a good point. Oh. Caught in your own words. That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent! Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. An insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Kurain? I do not think for one moment that such impudence will be tolerant. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. Yeah, nothing in the Kurain law says this. We have no basis on which to form this in this country. This is them imposing their interpretation of the law on a different country. With, might I say, law that they have not studied. I mean, we're winning, and this just doesn't make sense, because that's not the setup we were given for Kurain. Oh, nice. They started season 3 now. Neat. I forget which part of the story it was at now. Send a line for you, Queen Goran. Actually, I could check. I'll put a bookmark in there. Yeah. Where did it leave off again? Hang on. I'm derailing. Secondary Kauai. So they, oh yeah. They left it off at the cruise boat part. That's right. I'm pretty sure I was reading alongside it. It was either the cruise boat... Oh, that's where I have the bookmarking. Neat. Oh yeah, who knows when the English will come out. the order. Oh, I'll sort it out after. I was reading the manga before the anime came out. No, this is gonna bug me. Hang on. No, that's fine. Okay. Or vice versa, it depends on your perspective. I like reading the manga and then seeing how they adapt it and what things they can change and add to it, because a lot of the time it's a different experience, so the anime can add to it. Anyway, back to our program. Time to come down from the lofty throne and face justice. Oh, just like comics. Yeah. And the earlier Ace Attorney had sprites that were 2D that they didn't move, they just switched between different versions of the sprites. Me face justice? Surely you jest. You're in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act? Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty? Yeah, no, you should have done that because he was supporting Garan, so her own bloody laws working against her and whatever else she chooses to change. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall we also be found guilty? Well, what? That can't be. Can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. Pump those biceps, yeah. But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. Yeah, because Queen Garam made it so. Just revert any changes she made to the law. Done. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. And now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past, where it belongs. She wants us to just let her off scot-free, and yet I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. I mean, you do have a literal revolution that if you go, oh, we'll let her off scot-free, the revolution just takes charge and then changes the law. I mean, now, do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Yeah, but you forget, the guy didn't outright kill her. Yeah, the Detective Comics Act, the Detective Conan Act, the Direct Current Act. There we go. Yes, that's all. Yeah, you terrorist to terrorist. If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Kurain, I proclaim the following. Hang on, I'm writing you rule in right now. Yeah, see how that works for you. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Yes, see? This is how she should be. Just kill him. Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear. For the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Kurain, I command you to be put to death at once. She can't even actually read. That'd be funny. She just scribbles with a... Yes, kill them! Kill them! Do it! Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Garan Royal Guard? Why do you think Phoenix are loyal to Garan? It's in the name. They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now. Yeah. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then you, under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death. That's a voiced laugh. Ha 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 ha. That's not as good.
Objection!
Gotta have an evil laugh for that one. Oh, come on, this is insane, even for you. No, it's not insane. You can't possibly get away with something like this. She can. She's really queen. Apollo Dumbo. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Yes, she can. She's the queen. She has all the power here.
Hold it!
Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. but... Come on, kill him. No one's pointing a gun at Naruto. Why? But please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? Please give me the bad ending. I want to see the give up actually kill them. Should I just give up? No, I can't do that. No, stop railroading me! Come on, when you would have a bad ending on a choice, this is where you put it right at the end. Why? I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Naruto, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo. They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now it's time to honor those words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. It is pretty epic though. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding in the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Did you just listen to their conversation, Garan? You buffoon! Is there no end to your defiance? That is why they're called the Defiant Dragons. Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth, because there is another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders immobilizing silk threads. That's why I had the spider symbol on his glove, like... Okay. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There is only one path before us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Kurain, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleating know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Quran's going to execute us on the spot on the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. Kill her! We dethrone her right here, right now. Alright, but how? She's literally gonna shoot us! We're talking about it right in front of the Royal Guard. We're literally admitting to everything, so they should just be shooting us. It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up, not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. Oh, we're doing this? We're going into the Mind Palace thing? Accused Guran will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So, the only way out of this is to dethrone Guran right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Guran, the Founder's Orb? Because the Holy Mother has more power than... Yeah, because we haven't used it yet. And the Holy Mother has more power than the Queen. Yep. Yaku's convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution in Kurain's future. In light of Guran's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder after abducting Miss Faye. After all, he didn't know the Founder's name. That'll be it. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become Queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Guran and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. So that begs the question, why is Guran so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Guran is obsessed with the orb because she can't channel spirits. That is the reason why she was getting Amara to do it. I thought that could be a possibility. Guran wants spiritual power so she can channel spirits. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but... If she wants spiritual power, does that mean Guran can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. And it's not just some whims. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So if Guran can't channel spirits, she would have no claim to the throne. Yep. Let's go. Guran's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she has enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. I mean, it'd take time, but yes. You claim the authority of the Crown, you of all people. That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer?
Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once.
It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Garan so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these two questions point to a single conclusion. The fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core.
I still do not follow, Apollo.
You really should. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? She does. She has some spiritual power.
What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead?
I mean, she should have just got them immediately killed, but she's done messed up. She let the good guys have some time.
The defense will explain himself at once.
In Kurain, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But, Your Eminence, if you're incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you pass would be rendered null and void. How does he know so much about the actual law of Kurain? We have actually not seen any reason why removing the queen and having a lack of claim to the throne be a reason why all of her laws would become null and void. There's not a very good setup for that. And you, the Garan Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne?
That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen.
This is such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Garan, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. Channel the Holy Mother. That is how, that apparently is how his brain works, but we haven't seen nothing to actually support that in there. All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. It's not. It's just us pulling to be able to save himself. But the thing is, I'm just assuming that nothing on the part of... I'm assuming nothing like... Okay, but if you were Prime Minister, and then you passed laws while you were Prime Minister, and then found that you shouldn't have been Prime Minister... Yes, they would retroactively have to take time to be able to retract all of your decisions, but then it would still leave an impact. But also, nothing has said that in Kurain, if, like, there's no precedent for this. So I'm assuming that the Kingdom of Kurain has not established anything to make him believe that. He's still pushing his Western mindset on the Kingdom of Kurain. That's Now, yeah. Everyone's conviction should be overturned as well, because all of the trials would have to be retrialed. Alright, I'm just saying, taking the game by itself, without involving an actual knowledge of the law, nothing is set up that if the Queen was removed, had no claim to the throne, that the laws and everything would have to be taken down. I'm smoking up. Give me some sort of lead into this, rather than relying on a real world knowledge. Because I like to go into worlds not assuming that everything's the same as the real world. Which we've already seen in Ace Attorney is not true. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, Please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kurain. Oh, to witness her eminence's great power with our own eyes. Well, the Holy Mother will appear before us. Oh, great miracle of miracles. Praise be your eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Groupies. I'm no more. I like to not assume too much about the world that I'm playing in when it's a fictional world. Especially when it's gone from something that's more closer to real world to somewhere that is a lot more foreign to me, being different laws and everything. Like, I don't actually know if that would be a president in, say, the Middle East, where this is inspired from, or not. And I don't want to assume because I'm not familiar with how the country works. Enough, I say, you mindless cretins. Your eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer. Someone wanted once. Oh, now she wants a lawyer. But, oh, the Defense Culpability Act has made it so there are no lawyers in Korean.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Korean. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I've heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. Get on with it. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. He just loves smacking the bench. Garam, your reign of terror ends here. His point has so much power. He's manifesting his own spiritual power. They went flying and spinning. Very well, demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Behold the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Oh, Your Eminence! Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the twilight realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Oh, here it comes! Ah! Yeah, nice. Hi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, yeah, she's constipated. Ah! The spirit of the founder graces. The time is now. Beseech you, appear before us. Say, heed my call, founder, please. Ah! Yeah! that face! No, wait, I was just warming up. The ride actually starts from now, look. Ah! Holy Mother! Oh, I need that turnaround as a gif. She's melting! Prosecutor Sadmati,
How is Her Eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. Oh, she's gonna go to the insane asylum now. I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup d'etat. But what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Namara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. Why did Amara go along with it? I guess because of Rafa. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place. Yeah, there we go. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Barbie was Rafa. You might have missed that bit. Barbie is Rafa, because this was 14 years ago, this picture. Or 15 years ago, this picture. So Barbie was Rafa. Why would she keep letting the people of Kurain think she was dead? Or she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan. My mother is a gentle soul by nature and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. And then... So that's what happened. And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant Naina. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter, so she'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Samadi has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Samadi in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Naruto Samadi. There we go, not guilty. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuta's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. Finally, it feels like. Okay. Some of that was pretty cool when you're in the moment, but some of the connecting pieces didn't hit right with me. And I really wanted the option to get them all killed. That would have been so fun to have a bad ending there for the choice to get killed, but okay. Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. Yeah, Maya, you can channel the founder if you want. That was a shocker, alright. I can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go down there and teach him a lesson myself. But really? I was barely able to hold her back. Oh, I thought Athena would be the one to do it as well. Hold
hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, but Athena, yeah. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a My Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. That's the congratulations you give after all of that. Oh, you did a fine job out there, not... Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank you so much, Apollo. You saved our asses out there. Just, oh, you did a fine job out there. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. No, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. Well, what? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. I really tried to, Phoenix, but then it railroaded me. Now you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will and inner strength forged in countless trials, you overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I've nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo! You finally won his seal of approval! I really wanted them to have a bad ending in here. Like, come on, that would have been so fun. And then when I did fail on purpose, it just was like, oh yeah, guilty, and shut the doors, and that's the ending. Like, oh, bruh. That's boring. What about me, Nick? My challenge has come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nita, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly! Oh, Trucy, yeah. That's pretty cool. To Trucy? Trucy, what are you doing here? It's magic! I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. Bruh, and you didn't notice? What? That would certainly explain why my suitcase was so heavy. Yeah, you didn't check? Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy? Do you even have a passport? My magic panties are in interdimensional space! It's like a mini universe in there! You have to mention the panties. This could have been wholesome and then you had to mention the magic panties. I could produce a passport of the drop of my hat! Right. Maybe something in the world had better left a mystery. Hornhead, barbed head. I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garam. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right, all we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I'm worthy of my title after all. Ha! Ha 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 ha! I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. She sure bounced back quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara. Yes, my mother, her eminence told me. She said it was part of my disciplining. You can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable, or should I say my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name, my true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So, what's next for the kingdom of Kurain? I mean, you lost your queen, so Mara's fine. She'll be right. She didn't immediately die, so she'll be fine. Oh, Her Benevolence Prince Rafa will ascend to the throne. Her Benevolence Prince Rafa will ascend to the throne. Now Yuta, but she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. What about Amara, though? She was queen. People liked her. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sir. Big Buh. Is she going to say what I think she is? What are you looking at? You horn-headed nincompoop! Ah, you got bonked. Ouch. In any event, I will be assisted by no using Queen Amara for the time being. I mean, Queen Amara can just do all the spirit channeling anyway. I don't know why she's not queen again. Like, everyone liked her, obviously. Queen Amara. Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighbouring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I tend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, we'll have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. She also knows the name of the founder, like, what's going to happen with the founder's orb. So then, she's going to be alright. Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without it doing any serious damage. Oh, cool, easy. That's a relief. Yeah, I knew they didn't immediately kill her, so she'd be fine. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, but Dirk knew to beat the charges against him! And you got the revolution rolling to boot! The revolution. Dirk. Yes, you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir, there's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Kurainese history. Yeah, right. Oh, Naita, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. The badge.
Take that!
This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as a man who's going to change Kurain, it's only right that you have it. To change Kurain. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo. I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, why don't you and your friends please join us? Won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. Okay, what have we got here? We're in the law office. So why'd you bring us here, Naita? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Kurain. What? Yeah, I knew this was gonna come. He'd have to make a decision whether to stay or go back to Japan and follow you. But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Never mind that actually needs someone to teach other people how to be defense attorneys. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Well, wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor. We shall rebuild Kurain's legal system from the ground up. There's literally no other prosecutors, are there? That's a problem I'm having with this whole Kurain storyline, is we never see or hear mention of other prosecutors other than Gasp and Pain, which is a tutorial. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? And he hasn't appeared yet, so I assume he just nicked off again after being beat by Phoenix. That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy. But it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Which can be subjective, what its rightful state is. Will you not help me realise that dream? Come on, AJ, you know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course, I'm honoured that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Right Anything Agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, they could have Phoenix Wright as a person there, but then that would stick Phoenix in Korean, and I'm thinking this is like a full arc for Apollo. Like, if Apollo stays here, we're not really gonna see him in future games if they ever come out. It feels like an ending to his arc, and he would only appear as a supporting character, I would think, if they do a bit more with the Kingdom of Korean ever. And to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey, Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it won't be the same without you. Everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay, yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but Athena, Tracy. Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Right Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Korean and help you to rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? Okay. It's 8 in the morning. Temple on the 20th of May. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Korean? He'd at least say goodbye, right? I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. Yeah, of course. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I don't know that booming voice anywhere. Okay, that's Apollo. Phew, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? I mean, you'd at least say goodbye, don't assume. Well, about that. Yeah, he's decided to stay, hasn't he? Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I mean, it makes so much more sense for him to stay, I reckon. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Korea, and yeah. That's good. I like that ending, because there's really only him continuing as a lawyer back in Japanifornia, US, however they want to say it. And there'd be a lot more for his future in Korean, whereas it'd be sort of same old back in the US, and there's nothing really to draw him back other than being in his comfort zone. You're staying? I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo, I've never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scouts on now. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. Ha, yeah, because it's been ages since I haven't released the 7th game yet. But I'll promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm going to support your choice all the way. Thanks, Tracy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Gramarye proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. I don't think you're the only one with room to grow. Next time we meet, you probably won't even recognise me. In other words, game on. You bet. I'm gonna win. I'm going to miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I know I'll do it. I don't... English. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. No. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. Yeah, they can still visit. That's good. The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation. Cutscene. Nice.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it.
Yeah, it is.
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
His spiritual power is growing. He can sing ghosts now. That has been... Oh, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I want to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. It seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. We're fierce rivals, you know. You can't let him hog the spotlight. This is not the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kind of miss him too. I know, we should go visit him in Kurain. Yeah, we have a DLC case to go, as a reminder, like, DLC from when the game originally released. After seeing Miss Justice in action, I got to thinking, what can I do for Kurain? Then it came to me, tourism, that's what! I'll develop Kurain tourism industry and all that, and I'll roll out a night tour around the Founders Orb and make a museum dedicated to fire dragons. Oh boy, the ideas just keep on coming. Oh, they're going to do flashes like that. I can't start talking about too much in between, because I think they'll keep doing that. Yeah. I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky. Thank you, but Prosecutor somebody says he has need of me. So sometime tomorrow I'll be working in Korean for a while. Look at it this way, it's sure to be an educational experience. True, plus I can't let the kids show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Korean's revolution. Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation upon your return. I have to do that fast because they're on an automatic timer. Darn that foreign face! Ever since he revealed the secret behind the teleportation trick, show requests have totally dried up! We'll be out of the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Tracy up on her offer. She said we can make our debut as magicians at the Right Anything Agency. Shut up! I'm gonna show her up someday on my own terms. Nothing fires you up like a bit of rifle. Oh, that's cool. They have to try and put in those in-between cases, I guess. The references to them at the end of the game. Yeah. Korean is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling trust will watch them both. Har 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 har! No fear, we'll see Dirk's legacy through the end. Just for Junior here, here's the secret to being a man amongst men. Behold the dance pose! Wah wah! Oh, it sounds like... oh, it's not... I'm losing track. She was pregnant in the end, though. I had no idea if she was or wasn't. We gotta believe it, indeed. Believe it. She's gonna be Hokage. I've been pulling double duty ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm gonna make someone recognize me for an awesome lawyer that I am. She's quaking in her boots. 'Tisn't Witcher, I can do it and I will. Mr. Roy will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this. Yeah, they did Athena dirty in the case that she had. I am still mad about that. She had to rely on Simon too much. Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state, dude? Don't be mad, Simon. Don't wash your hands in the shop today, but it should taste fine. Here, try some. You great big pillock, I just lost my appetite because of you. It's hard to find good help these days, wouldn't you say, old chum? Switch voices as well each time. I feel like... here we go again. That trial the other day really inspired me. It created a Rakugo routine based on Shisho's case. Mystery story that keeps leaving the audience thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle. You're giving away too much in the title. Keeping the Tornado School going is our way of proving penance and repaying a debt to Shisho. That includes Rakugo training for that kid, Owen. Oh, I forgot what voice I had for him and the multiple personalities. This is the most stressful part because they keep running away with the dialogue without me.
ha! With my newfound mobility, even angel rules and their fancy schmancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me! Fire! The university where my father worked is letting me help with a dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and dedicate it to him. I'll also be great on a dig and playing soon. That private justice have been not be slacking off. Oh, okay, so apparently they're just recruiting a kid like that. Is someone even looking after her? I'm going to be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mr. Mai, I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearlie. Our first order of business will be revolutionise Kurain Village. Oh, I have an idea. How about opening up a store where I buy your outfits like the city girls wear? Well, looks like he's all grown up now. I think a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. Yes, it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. Maya doesn't care about the clothes because she always wears the same outfit. Mother, now that you've stopped being Naina, I want a new Naina. I wonder if there were anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You're quite a handful after all. I am? With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. To think I put such an undue burden on you. You are a Grand Princess of Kurain. Fear not, Rafer, you will have plenty of time in which to make amends. Oh, perhaps you could start with some shoulder rubs? Nice. Get the revenge, parent. Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such animosity? Well, it is true and our mercies to be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. What am I to do? Perhaps I should consult Apollo about this. Scrabble the floors in Hyrule, yes! Some of the sound effects did sound like it could be Zelda type sound effects. Is that it? Can I finally talk about the game so far? No, not quite. How is he doing, Mr. Wright? Great, he's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Officers. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh! Jove. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told him the truth? After all, they're both grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Finally! Bloody... It's about damn time they know about their mother. My goodness, that was ridiculous. They're at least addressing that at the end of this. But how did they not meet with Lamarath Lasser beforehand? Like, come on. I think now I can talk about it a little bit. So something that stays consistently good throughout the series is, so far, playing the main Ace Attorney games and not the spin-offs. I haven't done the DLC case yet, but I think it's worth talking about since this is a main game. Is the music stays pretty good. I still think the original first 3 games create a lot of the basis for the really good music. But then I think this carries it on fairly well, and the music is still quite good, and they gave some different things to it. The characters are super fun, especially with the gimmicks and things. They could do a bit more with the 3D models in this. They're a bit more detailed, which is good. But on this remastered collection, I don't know why they didn't have the detail that they have on Spirit of Justice with the Dual Destinies models. That makes no sense. And they have the outfits that you could pick between all of them from all of the games. Maybe once you complete the games, they could see like, oh, unlock the outfits once you complete the games. That could be a thing. Yeah.
the writing... It stayed... Monster Mine, yeah. The writing stayed reasonable until that last case. Man, that was so disappointing. They get to decent spots, right? Like, the actual overall bits of the case, and that I think worked well. But I think they skipped the part where you have to have a good transition and reasoning for each of it. And they could have done some bits in a different way that didn't feel like as much of a leap. And I think the part of the issue with that is because they allotted like a couple of the cases to be following Apollo and Athena back in the United States, or I don't know if the Japanese still says it's in Japan. But I think that caused an issue, whereas like I cared about the Korean storyline. I didn't really feel like I cared about the cases in between, and there was a bit of an incongruity there as well with how they did the cases. Oh. Okay, that's a picture of it. Is there something else here? Hey, he still writes to Phoenix, that's good. Dear Mr. Wright. Oh, okay. I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. What?
Wait, what? Have you not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice?
It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Yeah, you need more people. But I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Get good, basically.
Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Korean's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster.
Yeah, they're going through all of the cases again. Oh my goodness. Too bad for the ones with the death penalty. Yeah, I know, but... Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more waiting your service. Huh?
I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimated I would only add about 16 clients to your caseload.
Huh? No, wait just 1 minute. I've been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. Why? For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at the Justice Law offices. My goodness, they hate Apollo. He 100% needs to hire more people, yes. They have to have people that are interested in being lawyers that come out after the cases and that saw the trials, hear about what happened. They start learning and then they start being mentored by Apollo and then they go like... He's being forced to do it for free. And he gets pushed around because we know he gets pushed around with Tracy. I've already received requests from 380 new clients! Oh my goodness, you're just gonna kill the poor man. I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on, there is no need to hold back. Ha 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 ha! Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I've grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of. Oh, you get a button!
Objection!
You get to press the button for an objection that time, okay. The end of that. But wait, there's more. Yeah. I feel like... So, we've got... I'll go up. I can go up a bit here. We have the special episode, which is the DLC case to go. But my goodness, what a ride. I feel like Spirit of Justice overall is probably the least favourite game so far because of the writing. Sometimes it's still fun. I feel like they should have made all of the game Korean and stuff, and they could have had the Paul Edition stuff as a way of, okay, we're going back and then we're bringing in Apollo and Athena, and that would have made enough sense. They did Athena dirty in that case. It's so annoying how much she had to rely on Simon. Just feel like I didn't care about the in-between cases because they just felt like filler in amongst the Korean stuff. With the main plot going on. That's that for now, I guess. Dual Destinies had a bit of not as good writing, but it was nowhere near as bad as how I felt like this last case, episode 5 of Spirit of Justice was. And then Apollo Justice, honestly, out of these, as far as the story and writing goes, I think Apollo Justice out of this trilogy is my favourite out of them so far. I still hold a soft spot for the original trilogy, but I think I need to replay them a bit so that everything's in perspective. So next time I play Ace Attorney, we'll go into the special episode and we'll see what that's like. At least it'll be standalone. And I don't know where it fits in the timeline of it, so I'll see. I think they did fairly well with sort of where the characters ended up. Apollo staying in Korea makes sense because part of the issues with the writing is they have, like, Dual Destinies had it too. They had too many protagonist type characters they were trying to do. Because you had Athena, Apollo, and Phoenix all at once. And so I think a next game would 100% have to focus on Athena as a lawyer. If they did one as Ace Attorney 7. But yeah, I think a lot of the issues I've had I've said throughout, so I don't need to say too much extra.